So, guten Morgen. Timothy was the first. Joe, yup. Welcome, welcome. Configure controls. Why? To unplug this again? Zack. 2 races and 5k souls in IMSA. Nah, I watched IMSA. Nah. Nah. I'm gonna be prepping for PESC. I'm not gonna do GT3 this week. Ever planning to do LMU on stream? At some point, yeah. I think once we get close to the virtual Le Mans series, then I might do it, or will do it. But yeah, that's still a bit away. So for the moment, it's not planned, but for sure in the future it will come. Neither. I was doing Go setups yesterday after the stream. Yeah, no, they said the virtual one is gonna be next year most likely, so no, not this year. Yeah, I was also saddened by the news. But, I mean, maybe we get some information about stuff during the real life 24 hours of Le Mans, because they said they wanted to bring out some big news there. So maybe that also includes some esports news, would be nice. But I kind of doubt it. I think they will wait quite a long time until the game is fully ready for the virtual Le Mans. Good morning, Stephanie. Guten Morgen. Yeah, I mean, LMU is doing really well right now. I mean, if I wasn't driving Porsche Cup on iRacing, like if iRacing didn't have the Porsche Cup or so, I would probably be actually mostly driving LMU. The only problem there is I cannot drive it in the mornings. Like I would have to drive LMU at least in the afternoon towards the evening, which is just shit. Yup, you can ban something. Ah, he did already. Good morning, Itachi. Yeah, it doesn't show up on my app if it's immediately deleted or not. So I'll have to trust you. Guten Morgen, Yannick. Yeah, hitting the inside here is very OP. With so close to you off track all the time. Morgen. You have time at work right now. Fuck, he actually did a really good time. 4-0. Xing Teng. Actually, no. Ah, Yannick is also on the server. Okay, bye. Have a good day. Charlie was flying yesterday, I saw it, yeah. That's why I say it's good to drive some more Porsche Cup this week to get the hang of it and not start fresh with Porsche Cup next week and immediately jump into a PESC race. How does PESC work? Well, you have like 4 time slots next week and you can do all 4 of them and your best result counts. And it's like, what is it? Is it 4 weeks, I think? 4 weeks of driving, and the top 32 out of each region make it into the regional championship. I don't even know the format. Like, what kind of races is it? Is it just one, like, half an hour race? That's it? I'm not entirely sure how much iRating you need, but to qualify I think you need at least 9k. 1 30-minute race like normal, okay. Not necessarily. Like if you, for example, are in split 2, being in split 2 usually is better than being split 1. So I would say you need at least 9k to be in split 2, because that's kind of where you want to end up in split 2. But if you have below 9k, then you risk getting into split 3. So, and then you will not make a lot of points anymore. The crazy thing with PESC is, it could very well be that we have a top split consisting of only 10k drivers. Imagine that, that would be nuts. Hey Patrick, das ist gerade fixed. It has automatic, yes. It's very bad though, like it's incredibly bad, but it does work, yeah. But if you can maybe shift with your other hand, like put up and down shift on a button on your steering wheel or so, that's still better than letting it automatically shift. I'm just very curious though how many people are actually gonna be doing PESC. I mean, since there's really nothing else to drive on iRacing right now, everyone might do it. But yeah, it's obviously not as good anymore to drive as an esports driver compared to the previous years. Yeah, exactly. Many people are not doing it, so that's why I'm very interested who's doing it and who's not. There's about like 480 drivers signed up. Because yesterday they posted a sign-up form, like how many people have signed up, and there's 480 people signed up for PESC. So it's not even that many. Like now divide them into regions, and it's yeah. Like it's almost at like already 25% of all of the participants make it in. Or even more than that. No, a lot of sim racers don't care about real life driving anymore. Or they never have in the first place. What car am I driving IRL? Hyundai i30N. But yeah, that's the thing. A lot of sim racers, especially esports drivers, they're here for the esports, you know, for the esports competition, and do not want to drive. Like only one winner gets the drive anyways. Like, and that way, when you sign up for it, you kind of need to know, like, yeah, I can win PESC. And I think not a lot of people have this in their mind that they're like, okay, I can win it for sure. So there's only gonna be like a select few that just want to do it for the fun of it, and others who know, like very few who know, like, yeah, okay, I can for sure win this if I practice a lot, which obviously are not a lot of people. Much left to register? I think you can register up until the first race. Ich mach's nur aus Spaß. Klar hätte ich Interesse, auch wieder in echt zu fahren, aber ich weiß, dass ich das PESC einfach nicht gewinnen kann, also... And yeah, it's also not a guaranteed drive in the season. But I'm telling you, if like there's a bunch of Coanda drivers and there's at least one Coanda driver in the last 5 shootout for the real life drive, and this Coanda driver wins it, holy, there's gonna be some conspiracy going on. Hey, Frodo. It's the qualifiers for the Porsche World Championship on iRacing. But there should be, all the info about PESC should be somewhere on the website. Maybe you probably know the website with all the information. You can have the link ready or pin it somewhere again or so. So I'm not gonna get a million questions of how it works, what it is, and stuff like that. So people can just read it. Es ist was, also das sage ich immer allen, es ist was komplett anderes, wenn ich hier jetzt meine Rennen fahre und gewinne und E-Sports fahre und dann gewinne. Ich werde da keine Chance haben. Außer ich stecke wirklich extrem viel Zeit rein, was ich aber nicht machen will. Yeah, it works with splits. Anyone can try and qualify who signs up on the Porsche website, I believe. But that's another thing that I don't know. Do you have to sign up? Yup, do you know that? Do you have to sign up on the website and then there's like a whitelist with iRacing IDs that can register then for the series? Because on iRacing it's just a normal series, so anyone could register for it. Or is it possible for iRacing to make a whitelist for that stuff? Or can anyone participate, but then only actually the ones that signed up on the website would be eligible for qualification? That's what I don't understand yet. Read that yesterday, okay. So they have some sort of a whitelist then going on. Well, I would say never. So even if you land in third split or so and you do very well on all locations, maybe in the last week you manage your way into second split or so, you can still make it. Like especially for regions like Australia or like the USA, I think it is probably rather easy to qualify for some. Like even if you have like 4K, 5K I rating, I believe you should be able to qualify for it. Remember, it's 32 out of every region. So I'm 100% sure that you will see drivers with like 5K I rating or so qualifying for the USA regionals or the Australian regionals. So I would say everyone who wants to try, because you very well may end up in the regional championship then. Shall be eligible to participate in regional events. Yeah, in the regional events. That doesn't say qualifiers. So that means everyone on iRacing can drive the qualifiers, but then only the ones who are registered on the website are actually able to step up into the next round. That's how I would interpret it. Which is kind of stupid though. Like imagine you have a team going on and you're just about like last race and it's me, for example, against someone else to qualify. Like whoever does the better position will qualify for the regionals. But the other one has like a big team and then they join with like 5 more drivers and they will defend this one driver. That would be crazy. But that would be possible, for example. I mean, nothing like that will most likely happen, but you can just bring in drivers that are not registered and not interested in this whole series at all to fuck up the results. Hey, David. Will happen for sure? Yeah, it can happen now. Thank you, mate. But I mean, anyone who is actually interested in getting into PESC will do most time slots. Because I mean, at the end of the day, you have 4 shots. So each and every time slot is gonna be very important to do. So if you can do every single time slot, you should do it. I mean, it's a qualifier first of all now, it's not the actual series, so I guess... But I think in general there won't be any hype about it really this year. I'm going to do it, yes. But I'm going to do it for fun, not for competition. It's not the iRacing overlay, no. Oh! Who is this? The cracks are showing up. Supercars driver. Not bad. Yeah, everything I'm doing is on stream. I'm basically doing it for the stream. I'm not gonna be driving PESC for competition. Like, I'm also not really interested in the series itself that much as like in a way of winning or competing for prize money or so. But I wanna do it for content first of all. Yup, the goat. Feeling stuck? Hard to say. Like the only way I can really help you is with through a coaching session. Because just from your message, I don't know like what you're lacking, where you are stuck, and stuff like that. You know. So I can tell you anything right now, but it might not apply to you. We need to change BB as well, but leave it. I'm trying so many different things with the BB right now. It's people can see it anyways on the dashboard. I do not really drive formulas. Sometimes I do. I actually did a few weeks ago. Hey Lou. Favorite GTP? None. I'm doing the craziest warm-up ever, and this guy doesn't even do any kind of warm-up. Nee, ganz sicher gehe ich nicht zum 24er. Das wäre Mord dieses Jahr. What's the biggest step? At some point there's no big steps anymore. There's just small small little realizations that help you move forward. Like only recently, not too long ago, was throttle application, for example. I never took too much notice about throttle application, but it does a huge difference to how you do it. And if you think about it, different throttle applications. I never really had thought about it, and once I got like, usually it's from teammates that you get to know that stuff. Then that's an improvement. Or yeah, many different small things that just help. Details can be found in my Discord. In my Discord is everything for my coaching. Game crash? Nah.
45.
But that's gonna be a thing for PESC, like there's gonna be so many drivers that really practice a lot for the next week. And if you don't practice yourself, which I won't, then it's gonna be super hard. Das Auto hat keine Launch Control. There's no exchange, only between teammates. I mean, why would you exchange something with someone that is not in your team? That would be stupid. I cannot tell. Depends on the weather. It really depends on the weather what's gonna be a competitive lap. Can be a second faster, can be a second slower. Really depends on the weather. Moin Ryan. Indy 500? Nope. It's this week? Haven't read anything about it. IRL driver. Interesting. Oh, he's pretty good. Because I turned it off, because people always then tell me, why are you doing throttling when you downshift? Why are you doing that? And I hate this, so I turned it off. Why, yeah. Do you drive more for esports or streaming? At the moment more for streaming. At the moment there's unfortunately no esports going on, so at the moment everything I do is for streaming. But soon there's gonna be on Race Room some esports again, so it's gonna be a 50-50 split. No, I never did karting, no. Most competitive series on iRacing? Depends on each week. But it for sure is GT3, IMSA and Porsche Cup. Those are the three most competitive ones. All of the sectors. Especially here in this downhill ride. That's where I'm usually missing time, also yesterday. Nope, my input curves are linear. So basically no curves. Linearity. How do I like the track? Pretty boring. Never was a fan of Donington. Yeah. When I do full-time esports, that's everything from 8 to 12 hours of driving per day, and usually I'm streaming like, you know, 5 hours a day. So there's a significant difference. Pay by card? I mean, how do you want to do it? I don't have a physical card reader next to you. Yeah, PayPal, bank transfer, those are the most common ones. I mean, I don't really understand your question, pay by card. But like when you go into a store and put your card on the card reader? Like what do you mean by pay by card? Online payment, yeah. No, unfortunately at this very moment I do not have a website yet. It's in the plannings, but not now, not yet. Oppa. From the hospital, what did you do? It's never good to be in there. Well, there's one good reason to be in the hospital. Once or twice in life. Hey, Cody. What is that? I read it today or yesterday evening for the first time, where I think people get banned on Twitch for doing that. What is it? What is Omegle? Oh, fuck. I think I have to educate myself on this Omegle stuff. First I would need to educate myself on how to drive this fucking truck. No, triples really only help when you're side-by-side racing, otherwise triples don't do shit. They can make it more fun, yeah, but otherwise, like I never, like when I drove for myself, I never noticed the difference between having triple or just a single screen, since triple really only comes in handy at the race start or when you're doing side-by-sides, that's about it. This guy is a tough one to beat. Nah, especially when I do these chicanes. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Might spin out now with this brake bias change. I wanna try it. Still not sure which brake bias I should run. Yeah, I'm sending it too hard into the corner. I can't get on throttle on exits. Of course, he's not moving out of the way. Oh, nice. Also this corner, I think I'm losing too much time in the mid corner. I mean, changes since when do you mean? There was a change at the start of this season to the Porsche. It came out? Yeah, there were a couple of changes. Big traffic. No, that was Brands Hatch, wasn't it? Or was it here? Ah, yeah, no, it was here, yeah. Of course, if you've never been intent direct on iRacing, then you never drove on iRacing. Pretty good. Yeah. No, he was quick. He was very quick. I have never been first, Yup. That was the problem in the first place. -2, that's okay. Da, da, da. Startunfall. Unlucky. Int means intentional. Is any one of you watching this? This guy wants to run, I think it was 600 kilometers within 96 hours. I can do that. "600 races within 96 hours. I wonder if he's actually, like, going to sleep properly, or if he really tries to maybe go 96 hours non-stop. I mean, the first 2 days he probably will not be sleeping at all. And then just some power naps.
Hold Ups. Oh, no, okay, thank you so much.
He has not, like it's been 13 hours, he has not even done 100k yet. That's so insane. Like you walk here and you know, like fuck, I still have like 500k to go. I was going to do that challenge too, but then I remember that I'm fat and haven't run in 15 years. Yeah, exactly, Fuki. Random of you does similar things. That's crazy. It's not even that hot. I think yesterday when he started it was like 25 degrees. I mean, of course you have full sun because there's never any shadow. But 24, 25 degrees is okay. Although, obviously, 25 degrees at this place is different than 25 degrees in Germany, for example. But still, I would say it's not insane of a weather. It's manageable. But there are crazy people doing that. And then I'm proud of my 10k that I'm doing every single day. Like, it's probably harder on the bike right now with like a 10% elevation than walking it. But he for sure has an electric bike. Can I do this? For sure. He's good on time, nearly 100k, not even 14 hours at the moment, yeah, but I mean, it's gonna get really, really tough. I would say the first 2 days he's fine. But then, like third day, it's already gonna be really tricky. Yeah, they also start hallucinating and all of that because of basically no real sleep. Not even sure if I'm allowed to show this or if I'm gonna get banned. Because I think you need to be like an official co-streamer or so to show this. The people with the camera are also like ultra marathon runners, so they change, like they change. So they have a camera backpack, they're gonna be running next to him for a couple kilometers, and then the next one is doing it, and the next one. They always change who's doing it. But they're also like incredible athletes too. It's not just normal cameramen running next to him. Imagine it was just your normal average cameraman doing the same thing next to him for a couple of hours. Nothing happens, no. It's basically you're just watching someone walk for the next like 90 hours. But for a lot of people, this is super boring to watch. Just a guy walking, but for me, it's super interesting to like watch him because he's fully locked in. He's in a complete mental state right now, and it's just so like it's just such a crazy experience that you have in that way. So it's not just that he's walking; it's like the determination you need to have with this is insane. like the kind of mental mindset he has, no one comes even close to that. I mean, I'm also not gonna watch this my whole day, because I also get bored of just seeing the guy walking, you know, but just every once in a while looking in and like seeing how his mental state develops over the race, I think that's the most interesting part of it. Because he will always be walking, he will always be running, he will always be walking, but you will see in his face and probably the way he acts, how his mental state develops over the next few days. Alright. I can walk without sticks, I think he's cheating. That's what I thought yesterday. So in the beginning he went without sticks, and then I think after 1.5 hours he got the sticks. And I was like, yeah, what's next? Is he gonna get a wheelchair and he can like roll to the finish line or what? I was also like, why sticks? But apparently, I mean, not apparently, it's allowed during ultra marathoning to do that. The rules are he has to get to 600. He has to finish 600 kilometers within 96 hours. That's the rule. Obviously, there's rules that he can't just jump into a car and drive, or jump onto a bike and ride to the finish. He has to walk or run it. But those are basically the only rules. The Healy shoes for downhill, yeah. Damp track, yeah. Well, it's mostly dry, it's just some wet patches. Info in the description. Kommt komplett aufs Wetter an, Rusty Glaze. Kann ich dir nicht sagen, wenn ich das Wetter nicht weiß. Selbst wenn ich das Wetter weiß, kann ich es dir nicht sagen. 3 Porsche Cup setups? Maybe. No idea though, and probably they won't be good. iRacing's rain and wet conditions, I think they are the best in sim racing. Or the best in like any kind of racing game, really good. I have considered. I haven't even like not even considering it, I promised to make a video about my sim setup. It's coming at some point. You spun in front of me in the last race. I don't even remember. Or was it yesterday? You're asking the wrong guy. I'm not a hacker and I'm not a cheater, so I wouldn't know how easy or hard it is to cheat on iRacing. I would say it's probably quite easy to cheat if you know what you're doing and if you know basically how that works. I think it's probably very easy to cheat on iRacing. Just like it is so easy to cheat on any other game, even with anti-cheat. There's cheaters in every single game, even games with the best cheat protection.
You're on a dry tire.
It is possible to turn off camera movement, yes. I mean, if you make the cheats and people buying it, I would guess it's worth the time, since you make money with it, but I don't know how the cheating business works on games. I also don't know how many customers you would have on iRacing with the cheating software, you know? Also, if you use it, I think it's probably easily detectable. Depends really. Like, I don't know how easy it is for iRacing to detect that. I know that in Race Room, for example, as soon as you change something in a car's setting or so, give it like 0.1 more horsepower or so, Race Room immediately detects that, because they get like a warning in their system, because the game always checks all the files at all times, and you get immediately banned. I have no idea how that works on iRacing though, if they have like a system in place where like someone goes into a server with 1 more horsepower, and then something like flashes on in the iRacing HQ and says cheater detected. No idea how that works. Or if you can get away with it until someone notices. Wie lange ich gebraucht habe? Man könnte sagen 20 Jahre. So lange wie ich Simracing halt mache. Yep, global qualifiers. No, global qualifiers. Then you have the regionals, and then you have PESC. When you drove IRL, did you ever get over the fear of crashing? If so, how? I never had the fear of crashing in the first place. If you ever jump into a real car and you have that fear of crashing, then I'm gonna tell you right away you're not made for it. You will never get rid of that fear of crashing, is my opinion. And you will forever be not on your limit. I never had that in the first place. I always treated real-life racing just as I treat sim racing. I drive the fastest I can. If I crash, I crash. And murder people rejoin badly, exactly. You had a fear of crashing in tourist lap with your own car? No, also not. But in that, like with tourist drives with my own car, I'm definitely more like I'm not pushing to the limit because I know it would be stupid to crash there with my own private car. And also I'm not driving against anyone, I'm not, you know, driving for a lap time or anything, so... There I'm like set back, I know that I just don't have to do that. But for like actual racing, I never had that. Same like if you want to become a pro skater, for example, like a skateboarder. If you always have the fear of falling off the board or hurting your shin or anything, you're not gonna do tricks. You're not gonna become a good skateboarder. And it's the same with racing. If you ever go into a real-life racing car and you have that fear of crashing, the fear of something can happen to you, you're not gonna be a good race car driver. Similar to when you drive on a budget, if you drive a real race and you know, I have to pay for every crash. Well then also you will not be on your limit, you will be shit slow. Yeah, you can for sure develop that fear after certain events, yeah. Same with like motorbiking. Like if you ride your motorbike, you just do it for fun. But once you had like a bad crash or so, like not even anything to do with racing, then you might be like, okay, I'm not gonna do this anymore. It just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, that's how it is. It's similar to any sport. Like if you play tennis or football, like if you're a goalkeeper but you're afraid of someone right in front of you shooting the ball at your face, well, you're not gonna be a good goalkeeper. It's the same there. It's same every sport, same everywhere. Is there a way to recover from that? I don't think so. James Baldwin story about the mirror. Was it in the video where he said everything about the crashes he had? I haven't watched that actually. Tell me the story. I want to know. I have that sign right next to me. Like right in front of my feet, I have that sign. So basically with my simulator, I'm constantly driving against that sign. $3K. Yeah. They had to pay that in World's Fastest Gamer? No, right? But the team had to pay it, and the team was just not happy about it, right? That's so stupid. But yeah, that's racing to you. That's the cost of real life racing. Absolutely stupid. But what kind of stupid team is that then? Like fucking team backed by Jensen Button, probably with a huge budget, and then they cry over a mirror. Like, bro, you want to drive for race wins? Like, there's gonna be contact. Ah, you mean they were just that serious about that it costs 3K, where James thought that's a joke that it's that expensive? Or what? Just that they wanted to find the mirror since they could mount. Ah, now I get it. I have to watch the video. James is doing really fucking good videos. I have to watch that as well. I could do a similar video. I also had a lot of crashes that I have on camera still. So,
You're on a dry tire.
the weather here just matches up exactly the weather outside my home right now.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
What a lap.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
Look at the pinned comment. Track is dry at the moment, so dry tire is perfect, yeah. He went wet tire, so that was the wrong decision. Dr. Swank, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream?
There's the flag. It's over.
So we need 99 more followers on Twitch to get to 12k. That was a hint. A hint at everyone who's watching and hasn't followed yet. Like your new logo? Thank you so much. I also like it very much. Very lightly wet, yes. I mean, track right now is very lightly wet. At just about lightly wet, I think it works as well, but usually very lightly wet is dry tire territory. Too many ads on Twitch? Well, I understand, but that's why you're on YouTube. YouTube superior. Second day ever of P-Cup, gotta learn lots. Oof. And then immediately with mixed conditions, tough. But you'll get the hang of it. So let's not forget race setup. Nick, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. I guess you like the tip. No, thank you very much, and enjoy your time in the P-Cup. In my opinion, best car on iRacing by far. So you should have a good time. Yo, George. Which region are you in, Alba? Because again, I think it's worth to try for everyone. 32 people that qualify, especially Americas, I think. Yeah, anyone can do it. Anyone, really. Like a few, you just need maybe one good result or so, like maybe one lucky good result, and you might be able to make it into the top 32. So I would say everyone who really wants to try, give it a go. There's nothing to lose for you. just done a presentation about motorsports for class. Nice. What was it about? Just motorsports in general or something specific? No, it's just Wednesday and Saturday. Wednesday 2 races, Saturday 2 races, that's it. Ugh. Rice. Hola, senor. Hola. And, oof. ZZYZX RD1, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go. Thank you. Rice made me sneeze.
Green flag, green flag.
Still don't have your card. Which card are you talking about? Am I missing something? Bite point is 50%. I might have to change it a bit lower, I think, though. You lost it. That's not good. I wish I found it. To return it, of course. Yeah, you pass it. Any tips for the BMW GT4? Underdrive it. Try to underdrive the car. Pushing it really doesn't... pushing it really makes you slower, actually. Oh, that's cool, the tires. Hoppa. I'm doing coaching, yes. All coaching information can be found on my Discord. And Discord you can find in the description. Last time I spun myself. Whoa. A long time ago, I think. Probably not too long ago. There for sure was a spin that I did myself not too long ago. Crashed? That happens more often. Crashed. I think at the Nürburgring last week. Or latest I remember was also during Spa GT3 week. No, he was faster. He did a really good job. Me not included? Well, it wouldn't have been me anyways. So don't worry. I wouldn't say there's one single best one. But there's like a few I would consider being the very best. Or usually it's always like 3. Well, if you look at F1 Esports, then maybe you can include more, but I mean, it's the most obvious answer always. Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Max Benecke, and then I would probably put Jarno Opmeer in the mix as well. I don't know, Charlie hasn't won anything by himself, has he? I feel like, yeah, you can be incredibly good of a driver, but you need to win at least something to be considered one of the best. It's hard to include F1 Esports in the conversation. Why is that hard? I think, if anything, we should include F1 Esports in the conversation, because that is one of the hardest competitions in all of sim racing. Yeah, but in my opinion, Talent Chart is different. Talent Chart, I would also put maybe a few other people in there. Donington? No. Donington is actually quite a hard track. Like, it has some very difficult corners. Ooh, Rasmussen also, yeah. One of the very best for sure. Ronha I would put at the moment on the talent chart. Like, I think everyone knows that he is for sure one of the best, but he hasn't shown it yet in terms of like winning a championship or, you know. No, Copper, I disagree. It doesn't matter if the game, like... It doesn't matter if you drive Gran Turismo, it doesn't matter if you drive Formula 1, the game, it doesn't matter if you drive iRacing. At the end of the day, the competition is always kind of the same, and you need the same kind of skill set if you want to be the best of the best, so... Like, I would not see it any different. And if anything, F1 esports is so incredibly competitive that some of those drivers, the dedication they need to have in order to be at the top there is oftentimes higher than any other esports we have in sim racing. Mental preparation, yeah, mental preparation is probably more important than the driving. Because at the end of the day, whether it be on iRacing, whether it be on F1 esports, whether it be any kind of esports championship, at the end of the day, most drivers are on the same kind of level, skill-wise and lap time-wise. And at the end of the day, it's the only difference is mental. The mental strength. That decides if you're gonna be a champion, or just a runner-up, or a midfield packer. Favorite car in iRacing to drive? Well, stupid question, right? Because the car I'm driving right now. There are all the exploits, like flicking, whatnot, they have to be adjusted to quick and can make it more challenging. But you have those exploits everywhere. You have the same kind of exploits on iRacing too. Like the driving that I'm doing right now for these daily races has absolutely nothing to do once we come to PESC next week. You have to drive different, you have to find those little exploits in the game. There's so much more to it, and F1 has those exploits, iRacing has those exploits, every single game has those exploits that you just need to find and adapt to. Doesn't iRacing punish for exploits? No. Depends what kind of exploit. Exploit doesn't always mean that it is something bad or like something terrible for the game. It's just small little things that you have to figure out and use. Like if you found out that this one, if I do this with the steering wheel, is the fastest around, then iRacing is not gonna ban that, then that's just gonna be the fastest way around the track. Similar to what they do on F1. What exploits in iRacing? Well, we don't know yet. The car is new. No one has driven esports with this car yet, so we don't know yet which exploits are gonna be found, but I'm gonna be telling you next week or latest in the regional championship, we will see some exploits with this car that no one has thought of yet. Wait, who used unfair stuff? Do you know more than we do, Andrew? Explain yourself. It was confirmed that his Redline team boosted his I rating. In which way? Do you mean that they drove with his account or what? Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I would love to know how Martin and Gregor would fare up nowadays in the competition. Because the competition back then was completely different. But of course, back then they were incredible. Way above everyone else. But like, the way they were back then, they would probably also be nowadays, if you put it into perspective. They would be winning most of the stuff. Well, but if you say it's a fact, then I want to see the fact. Because at the moment you're just spreading rumors. So I don't know it myself. I'm just talking in a completely neutral position. I have no idea about that stuff, so I just... If you say it's a fact, then then I wanna see the fact. Yeah, I saw similar things. I think especially the beginning of his account. Like I think that up until 9K, there was a lot of driving that that was not really associated with exactly him, I think. But in the end, who gives a shit? Who cares about that? He would beat any of us immediately in any single given race. Of course not. And people don't take their time to look at the first obvious part of the stream in the description to find out what equipment I use. Because people are lazy, but at the same time not lazy. Because writing a text usually takes longer than just having one click into the video description.
Clear.
5 AM in Argentina, well then yeah, it's time to sleep for you. Good night, mate. All-time best team in sim racing doesn't exist anymore. Team Redline. Nope, they are not called Redline anymore. Good old Redline team name got butchered. The reason is because Verstappen gives all the money, of course. And he wanted it to be named like that. Eating stuff? Okay, now we are getting down on the iceberg here. The name Team Redline is linked with cheating allegations? Okay, what do we have cooking up here now in chat?
You won. All right.
Hudson. Where do we have him? Oh, here. Lap 6. Hoppa. Then I'm back on track. Beautiful. Beautiful takeout. Oh, you weren't even... Like, there's no way you were able to see that even. Cockpit. I mean, you saw it here, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Stupid move. The only thing I ever saw with Redline was the setup change, yeah. I mean, not the best thing to do, but in my opinion, also very smart to try and do that, because there's not a real rule that rules against doing that. So they just went into the gray area, which I myself do very often as well with esports competitions. But yeah, iRacing thought that it wasn't so fun. The brand is way better, yeah. I personally just don't like it too much. Like to change your stable household name within sim racing into your owner's name. I mean, of course, for sim racing it's better, for him it's better, for the team it's better, for everyone it's kind of better, but still. Yeah, it's just about how the racing series enacts with it. Like in ADAC GT Masters esports back in the days when I drove, there was also an exploit. Like what, for example, is completely normal in iRacing, that you drive faster in the pit lane than the allowed speed limit. And no one has ever thought of doing that in a different game. And on Race Room, I tried out how much you can speed in the pits until you get a penalty, and I think it was like 6 kph or so. You can go over the limit, and I used it in the first round of the championship, and everyone reported me. Everyone said like this needs a penalty, but it was not in the rule book. It was a gray area. Like in the rule book, it said pit speed limit made by the game. So, but if the game then somehow allows for you to go faster, then yeah, they couldn't, like, it went even from like sim racing coaches, and it went to the ADAC, to like their like lawyers and all of that stuff. So they really had to figure out what they're gonna do with that. But at the end of the day, they couldn't do anything because it was not in the rulebook. But of course, it was banned for anything after. But yeah, if organizers are just very strict, they could have also said, we don't give a shit. We have something in the rule about like sportsmanship, which iRacing basically has, and then they could rule stuff like that as, yeah, it's unsportsmanlike to do that. And then they could dish out a penalty, like they did with Redline. Because iRacing only fixes stuff until it's their problem. And it usually turns into their problem when there's like public outrage on social media about it. Otherwise, they don't give a shit. iRacing literally doesn't give a shit about anything until all of the internet is like, holy shit, this is stupid. And then they're like, oh yeah, true, we gotta fix it. People have been telling us for years and we didn't care. But now that it's on social media and there's news articles about it, oh yeah, now we gotta fix it. And oh wow, now we're able to fix it within a week. Great. Stupid idiots. While all the esports pros been telling them for months that this is going to happen. Oh, we don't give a shit about you guys. Ah, but now that there's a news article and Jimmy Broadband is also making a video about it, I guess a lot of views. Ah, now we gotta fix it. Idiots. And that's usually always how it goes. Like, there's only a select few of developers and people who actually listen to their drivers who know exactly how their game works. But it always works like that. Like, there's so much shit that goes on in sim racing that you guys just never get to know of. And until you like that, and that's always what I think. There's so much shit going on, and then no one cares about it until you go public with it. And as soon as you go public with it, they're like going back and say like, oh yeah, okay, now you guys are right. We should do something about that. But please take down the post. So you always first have to, you know, blame them publicly until they realize something went wrong. And I mean, that's not only in sim racing, that's literally every single company, every single big company, everywhere. It's always the same. People only realize that it's bad once they get a public outrage. Yeah, exactly. I always hated you guys for that stuff. I always had to mash all of my buttons so much, and you guys were just chilling. LMU listens, Race Room listens, like... Race Room has a problem with their draft right now. So I did the DTM esports race last Saturday and I noticed it. Like, I don't know why no one ever told them before. But then I wrote a message to the devs saying, look, your side draft is completely wrong right now. It slows down both cars. And within a day, it took them a day to like say, oh yeah, true, thank you for telling us. It's already in the work in progress game, and they fixed it within a day, and it's gonna be in the game very soon. So that's just how easy it goes and how easy it should be, but then iRacing is just sitting on their ass thinking they're the kings of the world. Rennsport always wanted to do that, but Rennsport doesn't have the expertise, or didn't have the expertise to really do it, in my opinion. Like, we always told them what was the problem, and they acknowledged the problem, but they were never good enough to actually fix the problem. Still wondering when we'll get the update so I can start practicing the pork again. Which update? If you want to hear my opinion about what is more realistic, LMU or iRacing, because that's what you're fighting about, I would say in terms of GT3 driving, LMU at the moment. There you have it. Shocker. Just car behavior and car feeling. I mean, in the end, both LMU and iRacing are still away from what actually feels very realistic or like the real thing. No, nothing will ever get to the real thing 100%, but in terms of what feels more realistic and the way how the car has to be driven and drives, I think that's LMU in GT3 category. Can't say anything about GTP, hypercars or anything else, but yeah. And that's the thing also with the realism, like everyone is always saying, oh, this is more realistic and this is more realistic, and fighting about it. Like, who has ever driven a real race car and actually can tell the difference? Not a lot of people. So why even make it about it? Make it about what is more fun to drive. But that's sim racing to you. Like, people always want to have like, oh, it needs to be realistic. It needs to be the absolute most realistic. No, why why do you want to drive something that is maybe less fun, but realistic? Like, I would rather drive something that is more fun than realistic. It also very much depends on setup. Like, for example, I think the fixed setup on iRacing is okay for most cars. The cars feel kinda good there. But as soon as you put a fast setup on the car on iRacing, I think the GT3s just go absolutely in the bin. And it could be the same for LMU actually, that just the normal driving is okay on LMU, but then as soon as you put like an actual esports setup or a good setup on the car, that is again far away from reality. So that's iRacing's main problem at the moment. As soon as you want to make a car fast on iRacing, then it just absolutely goes into the bin of how it feels. Hey, slow in, fast out. You've been there. Well, I guess you've been there. I drive iRacing because I spend so much money on it. Makes sense. Nice. I think, when was it, this weekend? Probably also best case scenario in terms of weather. We drove the Evo. Nice. Sick. Last Friday, okay. Yeah, Friday was also best weather, right? €6,000 tickets for 170 euros a pop. Oof. But like spectator tickets, right? And then are you allowed to only go on the grandstands, or are you allowed to run around in the paddock as well and pit lane? Yeah, I can imagine Kampf Melone. It's very nice driving for your whole body. iRacing is, I would say. Was full in some VLN racer race in the past. Paddock as well, pit lane. Nice. Only seen, I think, a few reels of it yesterday or so. I think, yeah, I think I saw Schäfchen with his Corvette doing drifts and spinning or so. That's the only thing I saw. Yeah, I saw it. They don't like people revving too much, and also on the track, obviously, doing the drifts and stuff. I drive Spa next week. Hey, Vitesse. I have my phone for the chat. I do not have a second screen. Nope, I am not a hypercar driver. Can please be one? Nah. Maybe at some point, but yeah. Have you driven LMP2 much? Some years ago, I drove LMP2 a bit more often in a few events, like 24 Hours of Daytona, for example. But otherwise, also not that much. Hypercar got rejected. Yeah, no, maybe at some point. It is a interesting car, but it's also it feels so complicated. It's not a easy car to just jump in and drive, especially since I have never driven it in the first place, anyways. The overlays you guys see is just for the stream. The only thing I see is the pedal with the gear. That's the only thing I see on my screen, and obviously the normal iRacing black box. But otherwise, everything else is off for me, and only you guys see it for the stream. So, Will Jagurtha's brother is driving. No relative, no nothing. I just don't see the need for it. The more I have on my screen, the more it can distract me, So I usually don't like to have too much on my screen, because then you look at it the whole time and you're like, distract yourself. Like, I don't need to know which lap times everyone else is doing. I don't need to know the gaps they have. I don't need to know if someone just did his fastest lap. It's all information that is completely useless for me in my race. I can only ever drive as fast as I can. Also for endurance, you can only ever drive as fast as you can yourself. Like, why would your pace change with someone else's pace? The only like time it makes sense if you have races with pit stops. Like, for example, in race from DTM Esports, it always made sense because someone goes into the pits, gets new tires, and they obviously may do faster lap times than you do. And then you have to decide, oh, do I also come in now to cover it, or is this lap time actually fast enough? There it makes sense to have the lap times of other drivers in view as well, but otherwise not really. Like, for pit stop strategy it makes sense, otherwise not really. tried explaining this to friends, but they insist on covering half of their screen with overlays. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. A lot of people are putting so many overlays on their screen, like that they have any kind of information ever on their screen. Where I'm always like, for what? You are driving, and when you're driving, you're trying to drive as fast as you can. Why would your driving change based on facts of what someone else is doing? You should always be driving the fastest you can. If you do 4-hour solo, you need fuel, you need to see a faster class coming, etc. Also, no, not really. You do your fuel calculation before the race, and then obviously throughout the driving you need to see if you're, like, if you want to save fuel, that you're saving enough fuel. So obviously you need a little bit of information on that. But even that, you can do all of that with just a normal iRacing black box. Like, you can see if a faster car is coming or if you are going to overtake a slower class in the normal iRacing relative in the black box. You don't need special overlays for that. Says the guy who totally covered his screen on North to sign up for the next race. You caught me. No, I don't. I think you need a setup for PESC for sure. I mean, depends on which region you are. If you're like in Australia or maybe like USA or Asia or so, you might be able to qualify with just a fixed setup, yeah. Because some regions are just not as competitive as, for example, the European region. But it really depends. We'll see on next week how competitive it really is for each region. The fixed setup is not miles off. It definitely is a bit slower, but it's not crazy slow. So, minimal warm-up this time. Let's see how it feels on the qualifying lap. Okay, no grip on the fronts. This corner, man. I hate it so much. This as well. Every single corner on this track, I hate it. It's not gonna be a pole position.
Where's the biggest flag?
Oof, yeah, you fell down the order, Leo. Well, good luck to you. I tried a no warm-up qualifying. Doesn't work. But that's what I don't understand about this game. Like, some people then don't do warm-up but still have an incredibly good time. Then I try no warm-up, then I have absolutely no grip. This game makes no sense to me in terms of tire temps and stuff. We love awkward corners, yeah. There's not many British tracks that I actually like. I don't think there's any British track that I really like. Let me think about it. I'm not a fan of Silverstone. I'm not a fan of Brands Hatch. You know what I like? Brands Hatch Indy. That's a good track. Are you streaming today? Streaming right now. What else? What else? Good luck, Yannick. Alton Park, nah. Giga track? You're biased. You are biased. Nah. Alton Park, not really. You know what? I like Knockhill for TCR cars to jump over those curbs. Snetterton, nah, also not a fan. I don't know, it's such weird. I don't know, UK tracks are so strange somehow. They give me a strange vibe. All of them. They also look the same. Like it feels like all of those tracks are just there's like a track editor, and they've just used the same building blocks to build all of the same tracks with different corners. Silverstone is fine, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Thruxton. I don't think I've ever driven Thruxton, so I don't even know.
The estimated SOF is 3,400.
3.4k. I think that's the highest stuff of the week so far. Good luck, Leo. Always watch the replays. Well then, first time live. Welcome. P1 gaining 106. I wish I could be gaining this much. Maybe during PESC. That was a bit of a rough start. Oh, he picked up a slowdown. Unlucky. No more 100 I rating for him. Bro, 117. That's crazy. So I can take this race to learn the track a bit more. Yo, Ada. A bit late. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, a bit late to the party. How about you? Didn't miss much. Where's my guy Lasse today? Some decent farming. Actually, I farmed negative so far, I believe. Or did I? Maybe after 3 races I'm like +1, I think. So yeah, not the best farm today. How do you destroy your engine? I'm gonna do some brake bias testing now in this race. Just gonna change back and forth and see what's really best. Because I've been only driving at the front so far and I feel like I'm just missing a bit. Or maybe it's brake bias. So yeah, let's go 49 for now. See how that feels like. And if the delta magically goes green. No, usually not. Only in like really big esports competitions I might, if some corners are completely different. Oh wow, okay. Delta's going green. Still driving with a broken engine. Please don't kill me. Ooh. Okay, I like that. We go further back. Yeah, okay, it definitely makes corner entry so much easier. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's it. That's what I've been missing all the time. So weird, it changes so much from track to track, which brake bias you kind of have to run. Okay, how far can I go to the rear? 47. Why is my guy still driving? my pedals are soft and good amount of travel. That's how I got my brake traces so smooth. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's better for you. Okay, I think 47 is too far to the back. Okay, give it one more try with 47, and then if it doesn't work, I go back to 48. Yep, I know. It's gonna be a long road to 12k. So let's do the math. I'm doing around 5 races per week, I think. 15 races per week. How many weeks does it take me? It took me around half a year, I think, to go from 10 to 11. Only 11 weeks. But I mean, yeah, makes sense. I mean, okay, I need to win every single race of that, of course. But that sounds doable. That, I mean, yeah, all races, and I can't have a DNF. But yeah, interesting. If I finish last in this one, I would lose 180. In 11 days. Then he had a really good week where he was able to win most of the races in good SOF. But yeah, it's doable. Like, for example, next week, Porsche Cup at Spa, if I locked in and like actually won most of the races or so, I would also have like be quite fast with it, with the gain in I rating. The problem is if I do PESC next week though, I'm gonna lose, I'm for sure gonna lose a lot of iRating in PESC. That's why I want to build myself a little bit of a bumper to 11k so I don't drop below 11k doing PESC. But yeah, I mean PESC could be very good for my rating or could also be very bad for my rating, we'll see. But just a Spa week next week could also be very good for my rating. Yeah. I'm quite sure we could be able to we could be able to see. Is that a word? Is that a sentence? We could see a 10k soft next week. I think the first 10k soft in history probably. The nighttime a bit more competitive than this? Mostly, yeah, a little bit more. Although in recent weeks and months I've seen that sometimes the lunch races around lunchtime are usually the most competitive. Ah, okay, special event, yeah. That is true. That was also very highly competitive also. But still, I think we could very well see the highest soft ever. Well, not really, because usually those special event races obviously do not have that many cars as PESC. But we at the moment have like 108 drivers with 10k, so I'm sure we will have like 20 to 30 drivers doing PESC with that. And that means even though I may be like the 6th place driver or so, or maybe even higher, I wouldn't lose that much iRating in a PESC race. Unless I get crushed. But I'm probably gonna be even more curious about the normal dailies next week. If everyone is gonna be hiding pace, or if there's gonna be a lot of drivers taking those daily races as practice. Both things could happen. Either everyone or a lot of people are taking it as practice and we'll see some very competitive racing there, or we're gonna see a lot of people hiding. Hiding pace, hiding setup, hiding whatever they can hide. I'm sure Google doesn't know shit about that. What does Gemini say? Or ChatGPT? Does it know? But for sure not. Because it will take some YouTube videos that claims like, oh, I drove the highest SOF in this series or whatever, and it's gonna be like 7K or so. The title doesn't say PESC this week. Read the title again. I haven't driven Spa yet, so I have no idea. I have the 20. English teacher will be very disappointed there. No, I did not drop below. I made like -1 this morning, then I made -2, then I made +5, I think, so I'm around about the same. No, Vera's pedals. Blue Spring. Yeah, Lasse is sleeping, or he's doing coaching, I don't know. He's live now. Nice. So we have a race against Lasse then.
You won. All right.
Here I wanted to be on throttle and like clear him, but my car just understeered towards him as well. Unlucky, but you still made it to top 5 at least. Okay, quick toilet break, and I'm gonna be back in a second. They're gonna be open setup. Yeah. So, danke dir, Yannick. Du bist aber auch trotzdem recht flott unterwegs. Also, ist das Smurf-Account von dir? Oder hast du tatsächlich bisher nur 2K I-Rating? How do I deal with aggressive drivers? Outsmart them. Be smarter than them. It's like, it's so easy to outsmart aggressive drivers. Because they're so aggressive, you can outplay them easily. Lap 6. We're coming up to lap 6. Let's see. Meaning, I mean, I cannot tell you exactly what to do because every driver is different, but usually because they drive aggressive, they have a very one-dimensional thinking, and that's how you can just take it to your own advantage. Kind of, yeah. Most of the time they, or like when you fight them, it's very easy to bring them into a bad place where they outbrake themselves, where they spin or whatever they do. Well, it doesn't mean that it's about being 11k or so. It's literally just, yeah, being smart about it. It's hard to say what you have to do since every situation is different, but yeah, it's very easy. It's not easy, of course. It still takes a bit. Have I missed something in lap 6 here? Okay, we have lap 7. What am I looking for? I'm not seeing any incidents. Ah, this one, I guess. Lap 5. Oppa! And did he continue driving to take you out, or what? Zack. Lil. He's doing a really bad job at it, though. He's doing a terrible job. What a noob. Bro, he's so bad. He has the look at his reactions. He has the reactions of a grandma. Oh man. Yeah, but your car's fine. Was it netcode? But I wasn't. I don't think there was even a contact, right, for you? I've never seen. I've never seen such a bad, like such 3 bad attempts at taking someone out. This guy. That's a skill to itself. To be this bad. Oh, +8. Not too bad. So let's have a look at what's going on. He's walking again. And he crossed 100k. '93. Probably most of you guys have 93 BPM right now watching this stream. And he has that after 100 kilometers of walking, running, and walking up a hill right now. '52! Bro, that's pretty good. That's a really good resting heart rate. Let's see what mine is. 2 minutes ago I was at 64. Watching and eating chips is peak life. Mine is at 72 right now. Yeah, that's true. That is very true, Stefan. So, what's going on Twitch? We have the gang driving IMSA. Let's check in. Hey, Max finally did a qualifying. Or did he? Still gapped by 8 seconds. Well, I can't say anything. I would be gapped by a lap if I did this. Yep, he's, well, not non-stop. He's having little breaks, but I mean, you can say non-stop, yeah.
Lift a bit. Well, first I don't want to spin because I can literally join the server the moment it's already in quali. It's gonna be lovely.
Let's check with Pablo. Holy, why does it look so dark? Yuri. Oh, yeah, Yuri's listening to music, but wait, Max was also listening to music, right?
Even if he gets closer and the Ferrari behind, there's just not.
No, it's good. So otherwise my stream is gonna get copyright striked again. So, let's join. Race against Lasse. David Goggins, yeah, I've heard a lot about him. Yeah, I think he's a very, very crazy guy with that stuff.
You're on a dry tire.
Actually, let me go on a session alone. Otherwise, I get punted off.
You're on a dry tire.
Oh, pit limiter. Yep. I tried 4th gear in turn 4, but the RPM was kind of too low, and per turn 1 I'm actually not quite sure what is better. I think 3rd gear is also pretty good. How many years? I've been doing it since 21 years now. Long time. But yeah, 4th gear here doesn't work for me. But turn 1, I'm split between 2nd and 3rd for sure. Both works, I'm sure. No. I started sim racing at the age of 7. Nope, no karting. I never did karting. Yeah, there's multiple podcasts at this point. Gloves at the moment, my BMW factory driver gloves. What was it like? Honestly, just like sim racing. I didn't realize if I was in a real car or if I did sim racing. So it was basically just trying, being in tunnel vision, trying to do the fastest lap out there. Yeah, so wasn't really, and that was kind of disappointing, to be honest, because you're like, your whole life you're like, man, what would it be like to drive a real race car once? And then you do it, and it just feels like sim racing that you're doing every single day at home. Hey Ryan. What about the G-forces? You don't experience G-forces. You're so tucked in the seat and like you don't move. You're one with the car. You also the G-forces you just turn off in your head. I mean, since I've always done sim racing, I am not lacking forces now. How many teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in total. I mean, I don't know, when I am driving in the sim or if I'm driving in the real world, I'm just driving. I'm driving to get the fastest lap possible. I'm not sitting in the car and being like, oh, I'm being thrown around. Oh, I'm braking. I'm being thrown around. I'm turning that off. Like I'm not noticing it. It's not something that is concerning me. Like obviously you take it and feel it and be like, oh, okay, I'm taking this to my advantage because from sim racing you don't have it. But it's an addition to knowing how to feel the car. But it's not something like that you really notice while driving, to be honest.
You're on a dry tire.
Used my code? Nice. How do you like it? I kinda wanna have a rain race again. I recently got 4,000 hours in iRacing. I have iRacing on Steam. That's how I see it. I mean, I never played iRacing that much. Like, obviously I played it a lot, but I also played, like... I have 3,000 hours on Race Room, I have 1,000 hours on Race 07, I have 1,000 hours in Assetto Corsa, I have, you know, it just adds up. So it's not just iRacing that I did. I did a lot of other stuff in my years. Went from 15 to 5 in third split cheat code. Nice. Sounds good. Lovely to hear. Why? I mean, okay, the track is dry though. Why is he asking for wets? There's gonna be people out with wets again, for sure. But Lasse is also not doing any kind of warm-up. What am I missing? How do they get the grip without doing anything? Okay, here at the very end he's doing something. 1,000 in Dirt Rally. That's pretty crazy. Oppa. Okay, Lasse with a super pole. Only one shot. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you recommend gloves for sim racing? If you have sweaty hands, 10 out of 10. If you do not have sweaty hands, 0 out of 10. If you have high force feedback, 10 out of 10. If you have low force feedback, 0 out of 10. So it depends. Yeah. Depends. So let's go for it.
On a dry tire.
So am I gonna change my clutch real quick for the start? Because Lasse is gonna have a better start than me for sure. And I do not want to lose the lead. Good luck to you too. Fight with Lasse a bit. What byte point? I'm gonna change it to... I have 49 right now, so I'm gonna be changing it to 48. I think you can do 46, but I'm trying to be more on the safe side. Safe. Javillon, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Hola. Button on the wheel, so 48. It should work, yeah, 48 should work. So, go with the race set. Good to go. I think Lasse has 46% even, and he has pretty good starts, so but I don't want to go too low now in order to risk having a bad start. Probably already gonna have a bad start now with changing it. Tofts, where's Tofts? He's 7. He's a second off. Crazy. Probably didn't practice at all. So, weather, nothing changes, right? Yeah. Gonna stay dry. Five nine. I mean, 5.9 is decent. It would place you here. P8.
You're on a dry tire. The estimated strength of field is 3,047.
Maybe someday. Takes some time. Also took me years and years and years to get there. So don't give up. So I would say let's beat Lasse. Let's have a really good race and just drive away. Bit too much clutch, but it was alright. I'm a bit scared to use the curb on the outside entry of the corner. Don't know if it's dry yet. Yep, it also looks sus to me. Ja, 1:1 das Go-Setup, nichts verändert. Außer Brake Bias auf meinen eigenen Driving-Style. Ach, was ist das Große? Das habe ich falsch verstanden. Das ist eine Website, wo du Setups für alle möglichen Autos findest. Und für die Website bzw. für die Company baue ich auch Setups. Also du kannst im Grunde genau die Setups fahren, die ich auch fahre. All good. Thanks for asking. Trying to get better on this track right now, which worked so far. Tricky one, yeah. So Donington looks easy, but it definitely is not easy. Very technical track. What do I think of it? I think we talked about it earlier. Not a huge fan of UK tracks. But it's fine. There's definitely worse tracks out there. Hey Nikolai. When are you going to show up again? It's been a while since we last raced against each other. I think it was Mexico, right? Nah, Alton Park is even worse. I like Donington more than Alton Park, I think. Track which I hate, yeah. I have a couple of tracks which I dislike. Like Laguna Seca, I don't like that much. All of the UK tracks. No, but honestly I only hate tracks for as long as I'm not good at them. Like, the better I get at Donington today, the more I actually tend to enjoy it, and it's usually the same with every track. Oh, but a track that I actually hate is Portimao. I dislike the track so much. And there's nothing that will make me like the track. Okay, it's time to concentrate on the driving part again though. Because I don't want to have Lasse have a chance at an overtake. Oh, so much understeer behind the car. What the fuck, man? What a fucking idiot. Hold your stupid ass line. Ah, nice. Completely out of the rhythm. Oh, what the fuck? I did not touch him. Mann, ey. I mean, I'm very sorry for him, but I'm gonna have a look in the replay, but on my screen I was still... obviously I was close, like we are close racing, but I did not touch him. I'm quite sure about that. Well, I am annoyed though. But it could have been a good fight till the end. Yeah, annoying. That's the most annoying thing about iRacing. I'm curious how it looks in the replay. It's gonna be interesting. Where is he now? He's in P5. Okay, not too bad, not terrible.
You won. Yeah, we did it. Too bad it wasn't for a million.
Okay, in the replay it looks like... In the replay it looks like I hit him, right? No. No. I mean, it would have been close, but I wouldn't have hit him. Oh. I want to see how it looked in my stream, because I feel like I was still so far away. Yeah, look at that. I was so far away on my screen. In the replay it looks way closer. But here it just spins away while he's so far in front still. Annoying. I wonder how it looked for Lasse.
He's going.
With this FOV it looks... I don't know, with this FOV I can't judge it.
No.
It happens. It's all good. It happens.
He's pissed for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It looked far away on my screen.
Scheiße. Oh, it was here I attacked. Oh, okay. We try again. At least we gained some tasty rating. That's good. Yeah, I still can't get a decent net code. Oh. Still cannot get a decent net code. I need to study how much my work bike is worth.
Bro, YouTube is so delayed, it's crazy.
Because I need to sell it. Probably set it for sale today or something like that.
Anyways.
That's right here. Fucking hell,
He's gonna get a raid, because I don't have time for one more, I think.
Fuck me. Thought it was more low-key. Anyways.
So. Thank you all for watching today. Good stream once again. Was some nice chill driving today. This week is nice, actually. I like this week. I was at first not that happy about it because I thought it was going to be quite boring, but it's actually nice chill driving this week, which I enjoy after last week. And then next week is again going to be super competitive. So yeah. Thank you all for watching. I'm gonna put you over to Lasse and see you guys tomorrow.